We're just live. And starting off with a 2-up.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Internet.
All right. It's got to take the address. P colon / / great.com/live. And tweeted. All right. Hi, everybody. We're about to start the show in just a few minutes. Going through final tech checks. What would you call it? Sound checks, mic checks, video checks, Matt? Checks. Pre-flight, yeah. It's more NASA. I like that. Okay, so just FYI, we do the show in one take, in case you haven't seen it before. And we have intro music that plays. Matt runs the intro music. We just sit quiet while the intro music plays. You can dance if you want, but we just don't try not to make any noise. It runs for about 40 seconds. And then when we're done, Matt will run an outro, and we just like make friendly faces at one another while the credits roll over top of us. Yes, yes, you do the newscaster thing. Where we're like, yes. You know the drill. All right, everybody watching live, we're going to have a really interesting discussion on the role of fandom in comics and in media. I think that it's going to be a good one. I've got a dynamic guest. You guys are going to love her to death. So great thing that you do to help the show out is go to the Twitters, the Facebooks, and all the different places where you watch or hang out with people and say, hey, I'm watching a thing, comicsaregreat.com/live. And that'll take them to the Google Hangout event page, and that's where you can comment on the show as we're discussing the topic. So if you have any thoughts, questions, wonderings that you want me to relay to Rachel, I will be glad to read them off of the comments there, and you can be a part of the discussion. All right, with that said, Matt, I think, Rachel, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, you're ready for anything.
I'm ready.
All right, Matt, whenever you want to go, we can go. It's Comics Are Great, the visual storytelling show recorded live every Wednesday or so at the Ann Arbor District Library in lovely, rainy downtown Ann Arbor, Michigan, comics.aadl.org. This is the show where we talk about making comics, writing comics, drawing comics, also the lifestyle of the people who make these things and participate in these things, all the stuff that surrounds this medium that drives us all mad. My name is Jersey Drozd, cartoonist and teaching artist. With me today is not a comics artist, but somebody who participates largely in the world that cartoonists swim in. We got Rachel Ashley-Lovelace on the show. Hey, Rachel.
Hello, Jersey.
Been meaning to have you on for the longest time. I'm so excited to have you here.
Well, I appreciate you making the time for me to come out.
Oh, that's very polite of you.
I'm so polite.
And we should say that just you are. How do we? Is it safe to say you're a cosplayer?
Yeah, I would say that's pretty safe. I know that some people have their own opinions over whether to be called a costumer or a cosplayer, but I personally just go, I cosplay.
Whatever people call it, right?
Yeah.
This is one of the terrible things about the periphery worlds that we live in is that there's no good nomenclature, and it becomes like a few different options bubble to the top. Like, am I a comics illustrator? Am I a comics artist? Am I a comics storyteller? I'm a cartoonist. Fine, that works. I don't care. As long as you know that generally I'm telling stories with pictures, right? But I didn't realize that your neck of the woods had that too.
Yeah, we do. Yeah,
I'm a costumer.
Yeah, I've heard people get kind of icky sticky about it, but it's never really bothered me. I do this for fun, so.
That's right. This is not your job.
No, it is not.
What is your job? You are you work in archiving, right?
I do. I work in archiving. I just graduated from San Diego State University.
Congratulations.
And thank you. I'm very glad to be done. And I really had a passion to working in museums that developed in my senior year of college. So luckily, I actually met your lovely wife, Anne, and was able to come out here and start working at the University of Michigan Museum of Art. And now I've kind of been expanding my pathway into archiving and getting more involved. So it's been a very great journey, and I've been learning a lot so far.
So you're kind of like Indiana Jones.
I've been thinking about that, and I don't ever say it out loud, but
you think it.
I feel like a real a super nerd, because I actually like stuff that no one else really cares about.
No, I mean my wife worked in a museum for a long time, and she has a lot of experience in museums and libraries and collecting and archiving information. And in Indiana Jones 3, that first scene with River Phoenix where he's like, it belongs in a museum. Every time I think about it, I'm like, look at her. I'm like, yeah, he's like a superhero version of what you do, right? Well, okay, so but you do this thing called costuming, cosplay, and I want to front end this. Because a lot of the people who listen to the show are cartoonists, and some of them might be at this point going like, why are we talking about cosplay on the show? What's this got to do with comics? It has a lot to do with comics, obviously, because they're intersecting cultures. But also, a conversation I've been meaning to have for the longest time is exploring the tensions and weirdness that happen between fan participation and creator creation. We'll talk about that a little bit. And then we're going to also talk about this whole just like how we talk about comics, the science and thought process of doing costuming and cosplay too, right? And some of the dangers of cosplay as well.
Yes.
But we should say for people who have not seen your work, I wonder if we should run some photos and talk about you've appeared in videos, you've been been on the main stage at comic conventions.
Yes.
Right. So here we're looking at you. Which companion are you here?
I'm Rose. I usually play Rose to my boyfriend Kevin's 10. That's kind of how we met.
The 10th Doctor. Yes.
Yeah. He's very good.
Yes. And then here we are in the costume you're wearing today, and this is the command officer Star Trek
this
uniform.
Is from the new movies, and it's made by a company called Anovos, who actually makes these are the same dresses, and they make the same shirts and everything that you'll find in the movies. You can actually buy them.
That's crazy pants.
Yes.
So you can actually dress. Okay, now who are you here?
Oh, right there I'm actually Astrid. Astrid Peth from Doctor Who, and this was also a companion that 10 had for an episode. It was a Christmas special called Voyage of the Damned.
Oh, I don't know if I've seen that one.
It's one of my favorite ones. Yeah. And actually, I must correct myself. I think this is how we met, because Kevin actually found that tuxedo on eBay, and it was the same tuxedo that David Tennant wore in that episode. And that's kind of how we came together. We're like, well, we could always do these costumes together, and it ended up working out. So I actually had my friend Tina, who is a great seamstress. She made this dress. So this is before I could sew.
Oh, wow. So okay, so then this one confused me when I was looking at this one. What is this? Is this like an anime?
This is an anime costume. It's from one of my favorite animes called Macross Frontier. And there's an old series called Macross, and they've had a lot of kind of regenerations of it and just revamping it. And this more recent one's very modern, very pop star, kind of like stars in your eyes, space galactic princess.
Yes.
And she's one of the main characters, and I've always loved her. And she's got pink hair. I mean, who doesn't want to dress up as a girl that has pink hair?
I gotta say, I'm impressed with whenever I see these photos. You actually inhabit the character pretty well. It's hard for me to tell that it's you sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. It's not clearly I mean, here you are as Rose again. I take it.
Yes.
Okay, but when looking at the Macross character, it didn't look the same. You looked different. You're actually doing some acting when you're doing these characters, aren't you?
And that's why some people don't like going by the term cosplayer, and some people like going by the term costumer, because I guess there is some sort of a difference. And I guess you can't exactly quote me on this, because, like I said, it's not really my thing to define who's a costumer and who's a cosplayer.
Sure.
But some people feel like when they put on the costume, and I think Kevin might have talked about this before, about how some people will put on 10 and they will put on a British accent, and they will be 10 when they're wearing 10, or they will be Rose when they're wearing Rose, or whatever character that they are. But I feel like when it comes to taking pictures. I know with Rose it was very interesting because I had to learn how to kind of give myself bigger lips. I had to kind of play with the makeup and the really thick chav kind of like eyeliner and eyelash look. And I know with Rose I've gotten enough practice in that I kind of know what to do. And in a lot of Doctor Who poses, they're like, you know,
the hand on the mouth,
yeah,
and the other hand
very
like,
shocked.
oh dear.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going into space.
But another one that you inhabit really well is Agent Scully, and you posted some Agent Scully photos recently. I don't know if we have any pulled up.
I think I gave.
Okay, Matt's gonna pull it up while we talk about it, but it was like a ringer. It was so scary how quickly you like just inhabited that character. Well, we can wait for Matt to pull it up, but there it is. We've got it now.
Yeah, I've kind of got my arms crossed so you can't see. I went to the Goodwill, found a suit at the Goodwill that costed like $0, and I got this really hideous shirt from eBay.com. And Kevin, actually, I left it outside. Anyways, I brought my FBI badge. We actually had to zoom in from every graphic that they had on like the horrible quality stream that is Netflix of all the. They uploaded all the X-Files episodes, so you can go and watch them. But if you're looking for things like that, it's very illegal to do an FBI badge, and so they try to make it look different and a lot of depending on the shot. So we actually made our own, and Kevin is a whiz when it comes to anything
image manipulation. So we actually put that together, and it's the most accurate that I've seen. And for years, people have told me I look like Agent Scully. I remember when I was a kid, and I finally saw who she was. I was like, that's not very nice. I don't want to look like her. I was very disappointed I looked like Gillian Anderson. But she was considered like a symbol, like an attractive lady at the time.
I guess her features were so sharp that it shocked me that people thought that I looked like her.
Can you do the deadpan? There it is. Yeah.
That's what I call my evil eye. My mommy taught me how to do that.
All right. So you do a lot of this. You have a wide range of things that you do. And when Kevin was on, we did an episode. I think it was episode 94 where we talked about the hero who refuses to fight. Talked about He-Man a lot, and we talked about He-Man conventions, and we talked about what was the Doctor Who convention?
Gallifrey 1.
Gallifrey 1, and how you went through like 10 costume changes over the course of the day.
Yeah.
So you got a wide range, and you were serious about having a good time with this stuff.
Yes.
Put it that way.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I talked about with Kevin when he was on the show is this kind of sense of community that can come out of these fandoms. And this is where I want to start with this, is talk about there's that documentary that came out recently, the what is it, Bronies, the extremely unexpected adult fans of My Little Pony. And you watched this, and it kind of echoed things that Kevin had said to me about like how these weird, maybe I shouldn't say weird, but just these deep friendships can happen. And like when Kevin was sick and he was going to Gallifrey 1, like friends made him a costume because he didn't have time, and they made him Candyman, and like he just shows up and here we go, here's your Candyman costume. I wonder if you could speak to this. Like, what's your experience with this, like this subculture and the kinds of relationships that can blossom out of this? Like, you're dating Kevin. That happened out of this whole culture thing, right?
There's been some. I want to say that when I first got into cosplay, I didn't know what I was getting into, and I didn't realize that how big small of a world it is. It's very small where you end up knowing everyone by name, but at the same time it's so big that you don't really know anyone on a personal level unless you put in the effort to do it. And I made a lot of friends very fast, and there's a lot of bonuses and a lot of disadvantages to that, because I feel like all of us come together because we all like a TV show or a video game, or we like to make costumes. But sometimes what I've learned, and I've unfortunately had to learn this the hard way, is that you don't actually have more in common than just that. And so that when you're rooming in a hotel with a bunch of people who are not on the same page when it comes to that, it can not go as expected. But
as a cartoonist who goes to conventions, I've had similar experiences. Yes. We both make comics. We, of course, we're like long-lost brothers and sisters.
Exactly.
Not so. Yeah. Not necessarily so, at any rate. All right, well, I'm going to throw a devil's advocate question at you, and we are friends, and this is a friendly conversation, but This is my want as the host of the Comics Great Show, is I like to explore the question from everybody's conceivable angle. And I watched that bronies thing, and it made me uncomfortable. Boys dressing as ponies, what? Grown-ups, I mean, you got Halloween to be your sexy witch and whatever. Why do you have to go around and spend all this money and time dressing up as characters from children's entertainment and prancing around conventions? What a trivial waste of time.
Have you ever seen the pony prancing lady?
No, what's that?
This is like some exercise that this lady invented. She's not a brony, but I'm pretty sure bronies have channeled her for inspiration. But she prances around like a pony.
Exercise?
Yes, it's her branded exercise. It's great.
The pony prancing lady.
I don't know what it's called, but I know she's a pony prancer. So. Prancercise!
That's great. Oh, and I thought Jazzercise was great, but Prancercise, that's amazing.
Anyway, she has nothing to do with the brony fan. Maybe she does, but anyways, yeah, I mean, I think that, like what you said, within our own subculture, there are hierarchies, actually. Yeah, you will find hierarchies.
Like King of Kong.
Yes, like King of Kong. So there are people, who are... people who just like the show. They like My Little Pony. They connect to it. They see the softness and they see the gentleness of it, and they yearn for it, kind of like they yearn for their childhood. I think it's like something, or maybe I've seen a lot of people where they write about how My Little Pony really gave them hope when they were in a dark place. And I've heard this coming from He-Man fans. I've heard this coming from She-Ra fans. I've heard this coming from everywhere. But I have more recently heard a bunch from bronies, but then you also have your other people who seem to have some sort of a more than kind of what we would deem as normal connection to the show, just like how you have people who are obsessed with anything, but you have maybe the people who really do think that they are ponies, or maybe the people that want to dress up like furries, which in the cosplay community is like a whole different thing. So if you are a furry, you're not necessarily a cosplayer to some people. And it can get kind of
I love
messy.
How territorial we become as creatures,
yes, we do.
Over the littlest weird things.
Yeah,
It's like you could have guys who are like, oh, I'm a fan of the Decepticon jets. Well, I'm a Thundercracker guy. Well, then you can't be a Skywarp guy,
You can't sit on my playground. Yes. Get off the jungle gym.
I think it was Kevin who actually first heard the term King of Nerd Mountain.
Yes, he did say that. That was great. I laughed too. It's personally for me, I think that, and Kevin and I were just having this conversation the other day, but I mean, you have your sports fans. You have your Walmart Wolverines, right? Who come here and paint their faces and dress up every time that they're going to come and watch a football game because they're diehard fans. Well, the difference between that and the money that you spend on having a ticket, and the money that you spend on getting ready, and the money that you spend on buying all the food and the everything and the space that you need to park, and that all totals up to about the same amount that you end up spending for a convention. So hobbies are hobbies, in my opinion. Whether you're collecting hobby trains, which I got a ton of experience with that too, or you're cosplaying.
Yes, but that's what Will Wheaton calls sports ball, and that's more serious.
Sports ball.
But yes, no, that's an excellent point, right? It is a hobby, but okay. Here's the second devil's advocate question. Then I swear I'm going to back off of this thing. Is okay. SPX is this weekend, the Small Press Expo, and one of the things that I hear some creators, not SPX themselves, but some creators say oh, what I love about SPX is there's little to no cosplay there. It's all just about readers and creators, and there's none of these people dressed as Edward Scissorhands who are interfering with the pure transaction between fan and creator. I make a thing, you buy the thing. Because here's another thing, I'll go back to your sports ball analogy, is those guys are paying tickets, that money's going to the players, right? The players are benefiting directly from the guy who paints a body half yellow and half blue and goes, woo! Whereas, at a convention, the Edward Scissorhands guy, he's not there to support me. He's there to walk around, get his picture taken as Edward Scissorhands. So, what would you say to that creator who has that kind of beef with cosplay?
I would say that that's not entirely true, because I feel like a lot of the people who are going in cosplay. At least I know this is for myself. I love Artist Alley. If there's a convention that I'm going to, I tend to go to predominantly cosplay-centered conventions.
That's true. Gallifrey 1 is not
that.
about me as a cartoonist. It's about Doctor Who.
About Doctor Who. So really anything goes. You have your voice actors, or you have your actors or actresses that have been paid to come there, but everyone who's going there is going there to celebrate Doctor Who. I tend to go to those conventions more because that's more of what I'm about. But I don't personally see the argument as much, I guess, coming from my own perspective, because when I see something that I want and it's at a convention and I have the money to afford it, I will buy it. Even
dressed as Tila.
Even dressed as Tila. No, I've PowerCon, the best convention ever.
Yes.
Which unfortunately will not be going through this year.
It would have been last week, right?
It would have. Yeah, actually, it would have been last week. It was really. Oh, we were looking so much forward to that. We are the biggest Masters of the Universe and Princes of Power fans.
You don't have to apologize for that in this room, for crying out loud. But yes, I would have loved to have been there too. I was disappointed that it didn't happen.
Yeah,
but anyway, at PowerCon.
Yeah, PowerCon. I was going up to all the vendors and I was like, I like your art. I bought a vintage Tila figurine. I tried to buy whatever figure I am that year, and
well, I mean, another part of that
$200 Crystal Swiftwind.
Worth every penny.
Mint in box
Crystal Swiftwind. Oh my gosh.
But I wouldn't say that we don't give back to who's in there. It just depends on who you are. Now, if you're a 15-year-old, 13-year-old kid who's dressed as Homestuck and you're running around because this is your first time at a convention, well, I don't think those kids really have the ability to buy anything, let alone, participate.
I think part of that argument comes out of the notion that they are somehow taking up space that would have been occupied by somebody else.
Interesting.
Right? Like the Homestuck kid is there. That could have been a paying customer, and they supplanted the paying customers. If it's a zero-sum game in terms of audiences at conventions, or that these Homestucks are chasing away the real paying customers. Like the paying customers are there. They got their money, and they're like, I want to go buy some comics. Homestucks, no! And they go home, right?
Yeah.
So I that's what I detect in that, and that may be it's, I don't know, I may be misinterpreting that, but I personally don't see the harm in people celebrating a thing that they love, providing that it's not hurting anybody else. It's not like I'm a big Saw cosplayer. Let's pretend that the Saw right now for real,
Yeah.
but
Jigsaw.
I met Peter Cullen, the guy who played Optimus Prime, and I was really torqued up and nervous, and I blew it, and I just said something stupid, and I walked away, and I was like, why do I feel bad about the way that went down? And then years later, I had time to think about it. I was like, it's because I didn't interact with him in a way where I felt like he understood what his work meant to me, and then I could pay that forward and make him and affect him in some positive way. And then I went back and I met him again, and I interacted in a better way, and I had this wonderful thing that I'll remember for the rest of my life, this interaction with this man. And I think when you're interacting with a media of any kind, whether you're dressing as a Star Trek character or dressing as a He-Man character, you are participating in it because it had some kind of positive effect on you. And when you encounter the creator of that thing, you want that to be a meaningful interaction and not just, hey, look, tell me I'm great. It's more like, hey, your thing made a difference to me. Like if you were dressed as Tila, and let's say you ran into Lou Scheimer, rest his soul.
Yeah.
I know, right?
You
would want it's not to go like, hey, look, Lou, I'm dressed as Tila, to give you a high five. It's because you're saying like, look, your thing means so much to me. I want to participate in it. I want to live in it for a little bit, right?
Yeah, no, I would definitely say that for me, that's the school of thought that I'm coming from. When I first went to PowerCon my first year, I saw many of the people who worked on the show and was on a whole panel of people who worked on Princess of Power and everything She-Ra, and they were all enthralled, and I was just happy that they were happy. And I even at the most recent last year's PowerCon is when I met the two original people from the Power Tour that were going around as He-Man and She-Ra, who are now married.
Yeah, that's
very
awesome.
Very cute, and they were absolutely great. And she was the body model for Tila. She actually gave me one of her photos that.
I didn't see this.
No, I have it at home. You'll have to wait, but you can see it. I'll pull it up for you so you can see.
Okay.
And she was like, "You got everything right, and you didn't even know like what to make it out of." And I mean, she was just so happy, and I was just, like I said, I was just happy that she was happy, and that's all that I ever want. I don't want to offend people. I don't want to, I don't want to be known for being, Rachel, the cosplaying, wizardress, and that's personally why I make certain costume choices. Like I used to do a little bit, more racy costumes, but now that I've gotten older, I don't really feel the same about that. And
can we go there just for a second?
Yeah.
The dangers of cosplay,
Yes.
and then I want to actually walk through some of the stuff that you've made, and because I'm curious what cartoonists can learn from cosplayers about character design and fashion design, because there was some stories about that recently with Batgirl and whatnot. So I've been to conventions where a 13-year-old girl dressed as Slave Leia from Return of the Jedi, and I know in her mind this is an innocent thing. She likes the movie, she likes the character, she likes the costume, and she likes going around and she's like, wow, people are paying attention to me, because that's what you want when you're 13, boy or girl.
Of course.
And then I see a guy my age walking around following her with a camera. And I go, this is not good. This is making me very uncomfortable. Sometimes cosplaying can be a dicey proposition, right? Especially if you're young and inexperienced. I don't want to paint this as just pure, like, family fun, with a couple of weirdos.
Yeah. I think that is where I stand very different from a lot of cosplayers, because I've had my own experiences. Nothing horrible. But
on the periphery of feeling weird and uncomfortable.
Yes, I have, and I don't really agree with the whole notion of, well, it is cosplay and it's fun, so do whatever you want. And, they have cons. Very popular convention is Dragon Con. That's the basically like the mecca of cosplay, and I personally don't go to Dragon Con. I don't commend. I don't shun people who do. But it's not really what. It would not be a place where I would feel very comfortable. Because there is a lot of that. There's a lot of do whatever you want, like kind of a feel, little Sodom and Gomorrah-y, which is cool if that's what you like. But I personally believe that when more people are running around like that and doing whatever they want, there is a higher percentage of something not great to happen. And I myself, even when I was wearing Tila, I had a very interesting experience where, young middle-aged man started coming up to me and persistently would not leave me alone.
Yeah.
And he was very excited because someone was dressed as Tila, and people don't usually dress as Tila, which I can understand. I mean, that was probably, one of his idols when he was a kid. But he kept trying to talk to me. He was following me when, unfortunately, Kevin was not there. And he would not leave me alone. He was always within, breathing distance.
Mm-hmm.
When I thought he was gone, he was still there.
Mm.
And Tila is a pretty covered costume if you're going to go by, I would say, sexy, costume standards.
Yeah.
So I was not trying to be rude to this man, but I also wanted him to go away because I was starting to feel uncomfortable. Yeah. And luckily, that was when I went up to the couple that were the original, like I said, the original people from the Power Tour. So He-Man and She-Ra were sitting at their booth, and I was talking to them, and the wife noticed. She said, "That guy's been behind you for a very long time." And I said, "Yes, he won't stop following me." And she said, "Why don't you sit here?" So I got to sit between He-Man and She-Ra.
Oh my God.
And they're giving me, they have the one thing they kept from the Power Tour were their swords. Wow. They got to keep them, and when they put them together, they clang. They're really great, and they were just like, "Here, play with this." And I mean, this couple's amazing. They have a daughter who, unfortunately, I believe she had some type of a brain aneurysm or
oh no,
something horrible happened when she was young, and they've looked after her and taken such good care of her, and they helped her publish her first book.
Oh, wow.
Really sweet little girl. And she was there, and I was talking to her, so I had the opportunity to speak to her, and she was great. And I was really starting to feel comfortable, but I realized that the guy was not gone, and he was approaching closer and closer. And She-Ra, I'm giving them those names because I don't want to embarrass them if
sure.
I know their real names, so I'm just trying to give them some.
Well, plus, don't break the fantasy for me.
Exactly. So,
it was She-Ra who was helping
She-Ra.
you.
She starts whispering to her husband. She's like, "I'm not comfortable with this. You need to do something." So He-Man gets up from the table, puts his arm around the guy, says a few words, and comes back. The guy turns around and leaves. And I asked him, and he's like, "You're not going to have to worry about him anymore." And I'm like, "Well, what did you say?" He said, "I just simply put it to him that her boyfriend's a jealous guy, and he wouldn't really like some guy hanging." And so in the end, he didn't do the jerk thing where it's like, "Hey, buddy, you got to get out of here." Mm-hmm. He did the He-Man thing where he was the good guy and said and made a good excuse for this guy to feel comfortable enough not to be too embarrassed to leave. Yeah. And he never followed me around after that. So He-Man and She-Ra saved the day.
And unfortunately, sometimes misogynistic guys like that, they need to hear the boyfriend thing because they clearly don't have enough respect for women to back the heck off on their own accord when they see that the woman's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Right? So He-Man saved you.
Yes. Yes. I was very. They were such great people, and
This underlines something that's kind of troublesome about this whole thing. And so, if you do have young people in your life who want to do this kind of thing, it'd be a good idea to chaperone.
I think that chaperoning, and I think that there's a couple of things. If you wouldn't mind me going over some Rachel tips from
Please
his experience. For a lot of conventions, a lot of people feel like it's easier, let's be at the hotel, so all of our costumes will be there, and we can just all room together and save lots of money. This is not something you want to do with a bunch of people you don't know.
Yeah.
You need to know who you're going to be staying with, and you all need to be of the like mind, or at least on the same page of what your nightly activities are going to be, or what your schedule's kind of looking like, because you're not going to want to just run off and do whatever you want. And that kind of thing does not lead to a happy convention. So my personal advice would be that if you're going to stay at a hotel, don't just go because you really want to stay at the hotel. And I know a lot of people do it, and a lot of people might be like, "Rachel, you're being a stick in the mud." But
quit being a grown-up, man.
You can wag your finger. I will wag my finger at you as much as I want because I'm really strong about this, because I have had bad experiences because I did not pay attention to the obvious signs that were in front of me, like, this is a bad idea.
Yeah.
You're going to have a bad con. Don't do this. So you have to be safe. I mean, yes, it's a convention. Yes, you're there to have fun. Yes, you can dress up like it's Halloween and you can be Batwoman or you Catwoman or whatever you want to do, but it's still real life. There's still creepy people there who know that you're stuck in your dream world and they would love to take advantage of it. Whether that means by they could steal your money, they could steal your costume, or they could put your hands on you, you know?
Yeah.
And I mean, this is all real. And I caution parents against, you know, letting their kids going to conventions without them, because I see, like you said, lots of 13-year-olds, and as we know, that's what happened at Comic-Con most recently.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for this girl, she's okay, but she sustained some pretty serious injuries, and this maybe could have been avoided if she would have been chaperoned by her parents, or I had a buddy system or something. I mean, there's lots of different ways of doing this, you know, but you have to be careful. It's like the same thing of going to a club. You know, you can't just accept a drink from anybody at the club because there are repercussions that come with this. Well, the same thing happens if you go to a convention and you're in a room party and someone hands you a drink. You wouldn't just, you know.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even think of that.
There's a lot of that goes on. Yeah, there's tons of parties, and that's why I said kind of like Dragon Con's a little Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
Because if you're not dressed in a costume, or if you are dressed in a costume, excuse me, if you're not on the floor, you're at a party.
Wow.
So if you're the kind of person who can handle themselves well and you know how to handle that environment, then go for it. But if you're not, you should really be careful.
But yeah, if you're under the age of 18. Right, some kind of chaperone situation probably should be in place.
Exactly, and if you're not there with your boyfriend or girlfriend, you should always have a buddy system. Always, I don't care how old you are. Yeah, it's important.
No, you're right. You're right.
Very important.
Because they can. It's unfortunate that we have to say this, but like you said, it's real life, and these are dangerous places at times.
And I did not have this opinion originally when I started cosplaying, and that's why some of my costume choices were a little bit more, you know, sexy. And I still like to do sexy costumes, but with, you know, not to the level that I used to, because I learned, well, that is going to attract attention that you don't necessarily want online and offline. You know what I mean?
That's unfortunate.
Well,
because I mean, like, you should live in a world where you can feel pretty and dress pretty, right? I mean, not that sexy and pretty are the same thing.
Yes, of course.
But I have nothing, as a white man, I have nothing to say except when I hear that women have to feel that way because of creepy guys. I'm looking at you, creepy guy.
And it's not just creepy guys. Sometimes it's mean women too.
No, that's true.
Don't feel very secure about themselves. And like I said, I'm not speaking entirely from experience on that. I am lucky, and I have not had that many confrontations because I would not deem myself a popular cosplayer. I've had some interesting experiences, but I'd rather keep it that way because I have a life outside of cosplay. My world is not, cosplay is not at the center of my world.
Right.
It's something that I do for fun, and really the best thing that came out of it is that I met a few key people that my boyfriend and some of my close friends I've met through cosplay, and if it was just that for the rest of my life, I'd be completely satisfied. So
that's great. Well, okay, well, let's talk about some of the pieces that you brought, and while we talk about them, I'm wondering if we can talk about what cartoonists can learn from people like you about costume design. So while you grab your piece, whichever piece you want to talk about first, and then I'll preface this very briefly with this notion that I think it was Andrew Wheeler. If I can pull it up. Andrew Wheeler wrote a piece on Comics Alliance about costume design. And about the Batgirl costume design and Spider-Gwen, and one of the things he talks about in here, it's so great. We'll link to it in the show notes. It's at comicsalliance.com. It says, the Spider-Gwen costume does a lot of things with remarkable economy. It plays beautifully the iconic design of the greatest superhero costume ever conceived, Steve Ditko's Spider-Man costume. It strikes a contemporary tone with the hood and the neon chucks, but with sufficient restraint that I don't think it will look dated in years to come. It creates shapes and breaks up space in a way that's going to look powerful on the page, and it immediately evokes character. I haven't even read Spider-Gwen's first Spider-Verse appearance, and I already have a sense of tough, haunted, edgy young woman. I'll eat a pair of neon chucks if that's not who she is. And he has a whole bunch of examples in the article about all these different great costume designs and how they evoke the character instantly upon view. And I'm curious, when you're doing your picking your characters that you want to do pieces on, if that's part of what you're thinking, is like, does the design communicate the character immediately, or like, okay, so now what do we got here? What is this?
This is my crown when I did my Filmation Tila. It's made out of Warbler, and there's a craft foam at the center, which is making the detailed kind of edging that you see all along the crown. So those are just actually pieces of craft foam that have been glued together and then sandwiched in between two pieces of Warbler. And Warbler is a thermoplastic that can be heated with a heat gun. Looks like this when you first get it. It's kind of flexible. And you make kind of a craft foam sandwich. So you take two pieces of Warbler and you put whatever your craft foam design is in the middle. And then after that, it'll mold to the shape of the foam and seal together, and you can bend it. And so that's how that crown was made, which I know is a very quick explanation of it. But
and then you paint the gold on it?
Yeah, I spray painted the gold, and that's something that I would like to kind of rework because the paint did not hold as well as I thought it would.
Matt wants me to put it on. I wouldn't dare put on Tila's crown. This is Tila's, man.
Oh my goodness.
So, but okay, cool. So, I mean, like when you're picking between Tila and Glimmer and She-Ra, like here's your Glimmer piece that you're working on now.
Some Glimmer. Oops. I'm not good at this.
Oh, I could hold it up.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So, Glimmer's.
You can kind of fit it on my head, like pretend I'm wearing it. There you go. You're almost there. Ah!
We got it. For Bright Moon.
For Bright Moon.
So when you're picking these characters, like, what are you thinking about in terms of, or is it a visceral thing? It's like, I just love Glimmer. You know, she's so awesome. Or is it like, oh, I could do Glimmer, or I could do Mermista, or I could do Peekaboo.
I really want to do Sweet Bee. Along all those things that you said, plus Sweet Bee, are like in the lineup eventually.
But like, what's the decision-making factor who you choose first? Because I heard you say something about like, oh, I want to do She-Ra, but that helmet. You know?
Yeah, that's the thing is that I believe there's two schools of thought when it comes to costumes. There's the people who will sit down, well, maybe there's three. There's the people who are just excellent. Like there's this one person, oh no, I'm blanking out of her name. She's very well known, and she's known for her Warbler making. I mean, she's fantastic. She can make, I mean, it looks like armor. And she uses this Warbler stuff, and she's just fantastic, and she can make anything out of it. And there's the people who just know what they're doing, they've had enough experience, and they just go, so they can make a new costume for every con. So that's something very far away that Rachel is not. But then I believe that when you come down to my level, there's kind of two people. No, there's three. There's another. They're the people who buy their costumes entirely because they don't have the skills necessarily to sew or to make armor, or they just don't have the time, which I used to be that type of a person, and I still have some costumes like my Rose or this one that I'm wearing right here that
we should see the Rose and the other ones.
Yeah, I can try and grab them. But then there's the other people who will just produce. They're doing simple stuff, like they're doing spandex costumes that don't have too much detail on them, or kind of the sexier costumes, or that don't take as much fabric or time or whatever, and they can just pump them out. They just pump them out. So they've got 3 new costumes every convention, or they just make a new costume every month because they have the time, the money, whatever. And then you have people like me who sit there and overthink the costume until it's like just this jumbled mess in your mind, and you're like, how am I even going to start this? I can't touch it anymore because if I do, I don't know what to do after that. And it's like, maybe we're all like that, but I feel like I get so stuck because I'd rather not make the costume at all if I can't make it
100% accurate.
100% accurate. And
this is pretty good.
It's pretty good. I wish I would have done some things different. I really want to remake Tila. See, that's the thing with me is I'm so anal about it. That it's not me.
So you would, if you were a cartoonist, you'd be the one who redraws chapter 1 6 times to get it absolutely right.
Well, yes, I guess.
And everybody else is going, but chapter 1 is great. Like this looks really good.
Yeah, it's for costumes. I am just, and I'm one of those people who likes to use really thick fabric. I want everything heavy, and I want it to be texturized. I don't want it to be. I'm starting to give in and be like, well, I'm gonna have to use lighter fabrics, thinner fabrics. It's okay. They're not gonna know that it's not the actual this, But in my head, I'm always like, yes, they are, and it's not gonna look good, So we all have our weird little hang-ups when we're doing costumes.
All right. Well, I want to see some of the other costumes you got, and I want to ask you while we talk about them what it is that attracts you to a particular costume, like what the thinking process is, but mostly what is making, is it something about the character themselves, or is it something about what they wear? You can take the seat and just hold it up, but because it's like that article that Andrew Wheeler posted on Comics Alliance. It was kind of about how the costume itself evokes the character instantly. So, like, when we look at this is one of the Rose costumes, yes?
Yeah. Everything on the costume. I also have her shoes off to the side, but this is the Idiot's Lantern dress. It's the one that most girls choose to do when they do Rose. It's really fun. It's the 50s episode, and I love the 50s, so I had to do this one too, I guess. And the only thing that I made on this is the dress. But I have actually made this dress twice. This is the second version.
Oh, no, because the first one wasn't perfect.
I hated the first one. So this one's all lined very nicely. I'm also one of those cosplayers where I like to make my costumes like it would be clothing. I do not like to make something that doesn't have a lining, or it wouldn't be 100% professional. I don't. A lot of people will skimp on doing like a lining, or they'll just make it look good on the outside and not the inside. So that's the other reason why I get kind of anal about things, is because I want it to be a fully functional garment. I don't want it to just be something I throw on and I can only wear once. Or if someone really looked at it, it wouldn't look as good. You know, I want to be a 5-footer.
A what?
A 5-footer. It's like what you say when... My friend just taught me this. It's like when, you know, you get your car scratched up and from 5 feet it looks okay, but when you get real close...
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, so 5-footer. I want to be like... I don't know. I want to be like a seamstress. That's my goal one day, is to get professional. So anyways, there's the Rose dress, and it's hemmed at the bottom and all that nifty jazz.
Wow.
So it's just like kind of your standard 50s strapless dress, and the top is actually a the same one that she wears in the show, which is a UK brand that I hunted down on eBay. That's the thing about Doctor Who clothes, is that you have to really live on eBay until you find what you want. Because this stuff is like 10 years old. If you're going for the stuff from the era that I like, which is the 10th Doctor, you have to sit there and wait there until it just shows up in your size.
Yeah, you had a pair of shoes that, like you said, you had to wait forever to get your hands on.
Yeah, that's one that most.
Yeah, so it's are they still in here? Yeah, but so this is all stuff that you hunt down on eBay.
Yep, it took a very long time.
Wow, and finding your size on top of it. So these are not modified in any way.
These are not. These are exactly how they would look like. They've got little tissue paper from my move in there. Actually, believe it or not, I did find a pair of these before.
Yeah.
They were about, I would say, like a size 9.5, and that's not my size. So I actually had to stuff them with like 1,000 Dr. Scholl pads, and I would walk around the con just scuffling.
You had to put lifts in them.
I did. I had like at least 3 Dr. Scholl pads.
Oh my gosh.
And so I finally found a pair I was just lucky enough to find 2 pair, and I found a pair on eBay, and it was eBay UK. That's the other thing, is that for the Doctor Who stuff, most of the stuff are UK brands, so you have to go to ebay.uk. Can't even use regular eBay, so I was able to bid on the shoes, and I won them, and then I sold my other pair for like $500.
What?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
They're worth a lot of money.
Oh my gosh. All right, and then you got like Tila's gauntlets that you built, and this is the same kind of deal as you did with Tila's helmet.
Yeah.
Oh no, those are glimmers.
These are glimmers, actually, and what I'd like to have them do, because in a perfect world you could close your gauntlet, but you really can't. On the glimmer model from the Maddie collector, her gauntlets are closed like that. So I actually... so bad at pivoting this, but the trim is supposed to line up and create kind of like the seam line that makes a V shape. So what I'm going to have to do is that with Warbler, what you can also do is that you can attach many different things, like you can put like clasps or clothes or Velcro, and so I can Velcro this shut so that when it's on my arm, it looks like it's...
It actually becomes the impossible design that it is.
Yes. That's the one thing. Okay, you know what? We're talking about things...
Yes. You're warming up for this one.
I'm going to get real with you guys, with you costume designers. If anyone's listening, don't do that. Don't make bracers that look, make them have some type of a lacing or something, like, so that I don't have to feel sad about myself about how the inevitable can't happen. That is the one thing, because every single character from this Masters of the Universe and Princess of Power line has these closed bracers.
Yes.
And it hurts me so bad, Jersey.
Well, and they also have like these weird helmet things.
Those are doable.
No, but how does it attach? When you look at Glimmer, how is this on her head?
I have no idea.
Right.
But you know what I'm doing with that is I'm going to attach a I've already figured it out. I'm going to attach a headband and I'm going to pivot the headband kind of like at a funny angle, so that it's going to go on my head and it's going to stay on my head. And that's the other thing, is the other good thing is that when you're working with Warble, if you fit it to your head, if you have a wig on, it's going to kind of tighten, so it's not going to probably fall. So
and you are going to have to wear a wig if you're Glimmer.
Yes. Many people have asked if I'm going to use my real hair, and I'm like, no.
No, you're not going to dye it that color?
No, I just have to grow to my butt. You know?
Oh, that's true too. That's true too.
I unfortunately do not have the hair of the goddesses that are in
Princess of
Power, She-Ra.
Okay, well, I'm going to throw a counter argument to this, and this is an interesting thing. This is part of that dynamic that's so interesting between like fans and creators. Is like in superhero comics right now, there's a lot of focus on making the costumes look like the movies, where we see all the seams. Right? In Captain America's costume, we got to see all the seams because that looks cool. It makes him look real. And then other cartoonists, and you know, I'm kind of in this camp, is that it ain't real though, bro. It's not real, and so Captain America can have just a line that delineates where his mask is, and it doesn't look like fabric on his face.
Yeah.
But then it makes it difficult for the fans to participate as, you know, playing along with it if they have to make these sort of... Because like the argument is that cartoonists say is that because it's not real, we should celebrate and explore the unreality of it. But then we got fans going, "Oh, I'm sad now because I can't have the bracers go all the way around," right?
I think that to a certain extent, it should be whatever the creator wants. Like, I'm not going to get mad at... I won't get too mad at Lou Schreimer and everyone else who made these. Because it's like, this is what they did. And it's my job as the cosplayer to come up with a nifty way of, you know, making it either look good. And that's the fun part about cosplay, is making it look good, you know, on you as a 3D thing, and at the same time really paying homage to that 2D that you're trying to portray. So, I mean, I'm complaining, but it's just mostly because I'm a little dumb and I don't know how to like make this look any better.
You're highlighting the frustrations of a creative challenge.
Yeah, it is frustrating. The gauntlets, man. Like anything but the gauntlets. I've made gauntlets. I have made 5 or 6 of these, Jersey, because so many came out wrong. I even made one where they shut all the way, and I couldn't get my hand in it.
Through, yeah.
I actually did get the hand through it, but it was really hard getting it out.
Yeah, because then you get stopped like that.
But I tried. I tried.
Well, you may have said that you don't represent all cosplayers, but I think that you are a good representative for their... They should be proud to have you representing them, because that you have a very even-handed and fair way of discussing your craft.
Thank you.
And the tensions that arise out of that subculture and comic subculture. And we'll have to have you back to talk about King of Kong, because I know you got a lot to say about that, and I think that movie sort of encapsulates the weirdness that happens in a subculture and the way people can get so territorial. And when, from an outsider's point of view, we look in going like, why are you guys doing this?
It's so great, and it really, like you said, it kind of puts your own. You realize, like, you know what? I think that's weird. Wait a minute, am I weird?
Yeah.
And you are to other people, and that's how it is. And I mean, I don't care what you're doing. You Walmart Wolverine people, I think you're weird, but I respect you. But please don't make the traffic horrible on Packard. I have not experienced it yet, and I'm scared.
It's pretty bad. Like getting from your place to mine on a game day, impossible. It can't happen. It just won't. So. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. I'm looking forward to your first experience with it. But you're from Southern California, for crying out loud. Cars are there's 6 cars to each person there.
Yeah, but we don't have a bunch of people coming from the entire state to see one game.
That's true. The population of the town doubles on game day.
Yeah,
it's pretty intense.
It's too tiny. And your freeways are ridiculous, so.
Okay, enough of criticizing Michigan.
Boo, Midwest. Boo.
All right. Well, Rachel, we got to do book recommendations. We're way overdue for it because guess what? You're so interesting that we went over time. I know that's the penalty for having interesting people on the show. Is there anything that you want to point people at to check out about you today? Like, if you have any like websites, blogs.
I do. I have a couple. If you go to Facebook, my name on my cosplay Facebook is Lovelace.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you had a public one.
I do. I have a public cosplay Facebook. I don't always talk about it to my friends because I don't want to like subject them to. Yeah. And I don't post on there that often. Like I said, like some people are career cosplayers, and what they do is that they're on there all the time, and that's all that they do it every day. And I just can't with everything else in my life. I can't keep up with it. But when I do post, and I also have an Instagram account that is the same thing. It's called Lovelace. I mean, it's just my last name with a love in front of it. So I thought stick to something simple.
Yes, Lovelace on Instagram, Lovelace on Facebook.
And then I think same thing on DeviantArt. I have a DeviantArt. I don't use it anymore. But if you guys want to go look at really old pictures, like have fun.
But that's the way to interact with you too. Like sometimes somebody comes on the show and then I get an email from listeners saying that person was so interesting. So how do I reach out to this person, right? So I try to put that at the tail end of the show so people can have an action item. If you thought Rachel was a fascinating person and you want to say, hey, high five, Rachel, you say good things, you can follow her on Instagram or on Facebook.
No high fives though, because you said high fives aren't kosher earlier.
I did?
You did. You were like, you don't want like Lou Schreimer to high five you.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I would take a high five from Lou Schreimer.
From the grave.
I'll take his Obi-Wan Kenobi ghost. Come in my house, Lou Schreimer, and I will high five you. But I want a hug. So only from Lou Schreimer though. Don't everybody hug me at conventions. So we're gonna switch you out with Anne.
All right.
And thank you, Rachel, so much for this conversation. This was really fun.
Thank you, Jersey. I had lots of fun.
Hope we do it again.
All right.
Okay. So while Rachel and our AADL librarian come in, or while they switch out to do the book recommendation segment, I want to point out for folks who are interested in this topic. Curtis Sasso does a website called Two Geeks Talking, tgtmedia.com. And the month of September, is all articles on cosplay. So there's something to follow up on for more on this topic. Another thing about design, fashion design, that I think is, I follow a lot of stuff on Pinterest and on Tumblr to get ideas and inspiration for different costume designs. And I would actually submit that all character design is like costume design. It's not just superheroes. The same kind of rules apply to like putting an outfit on a character. Amy Kim Kibuishi's Tumblr is awesome. She posts a lot of really great images of costumes, and I wind up favoriting and saving a lot of the images. So that's at felax.tumblr.com, felaxx.tumblr.com. All right. Hey. Hey, it's the ADL staff member is here for book recommendations, and it just happens to be Ann Drozd, who I'm the husband of.
Yes, I will admit to that.
So, you remember to stay tight on the mic, but so you just came back to the Ann Arbor District Library, and you're a production librarian.
Yes, day 5 on the job.
Day 5 on the job, and they're already making you come on to my dumb show.
It's not a dumb show. I'm very excited to be on it.
Oh, well, thank you. But what's a production librarian? Like, what does that mean? Like, are you working on an assembly line of books?
No, we are not assembling books.
Oh, but production means making things.
Yes, we are making things happen. We are providing content, creating content, working with the community, working with other librarians and other staff members to create fantastic, awesome things for the Ann Arbor community.
Okay, and in day 5 on the job, so you're just starting building awesome things, and some of these things are going to be comics things.
Yes.
Okay, you're taking over for Sharon Iverson, as I understand it.
Sure.
Yes, so you're going to be the comics Don now.
Big shoes to fill.
Yes, it is big shoes to fill, but we're going to call you the new comics Don of the Ann Arbor area.
And I will not answer to that.
Right. So what book recommendations do you have? What things did you pick out for us to discuss?
Let's see. So because you were talking about fans and cosplay and all of that sort of thing, we have, and where do we need to hold this up to make it visible? There we go. Okay, so we've got Vader's Little Princess by Jeffrey Brown. And one thing that's kind of cool about this is Jeffrey Brown has dressed himself as a Jedi, and I keep covering the microphone here. So we've got him as a Jedi here. So this goes with your theme.
Okay, so it's you don't have to sell it that hard, but I mean, like it is about participation in fandom because it's about a creator who did not create Star Wars making a story about Star Wars.
And he actually grew up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, so local
Oh,
connection.
I didn't know
But
that.
he grew up playing with Star Wars figures and loving the movies like many of us, and had the opportunity to create a few Star Wars books. So this is his second one, I believe. He did Darth Vader and Son first, and then this one did win an Eisner this year. It was for Best Humor publication.
Vader's Little Princess, and what is it about? So I guess it's about Darth Vader and a princess.
It is, and it kind of goes against the regular storylines of Star Wars. If you're a stickler for that, you might want to avoid it. But
It's non-canonical.
it's non-canonical, but it's hilarious. And I marked a few pages that I wanted to show off that I thought were pretty good. So we've got Darth Vader in the cantina, and I just love the little. I love that there's little stuff for Star Wars fans to enjoy. I mean, obviously, you could just give it as a gift to someone who is a father, and they might get some of the humor just based on the father-daughter relationships. But then there's all these little hidden tidbits for Star Wars fans. So we've got KB hiding in the cantina scene.
Who is KB?
KB is an adorable little alien that hangs out with Muftak.
but it's all like father-daughter things where like they're in the canteen and Vader's dancing and Leia's like, oh,
and then
please stop.
They're in the ballet.
They're in the ballet.
They're at the ballet. Darth Vader is not enjoying it, but Admiral Akbar looks like he is, and is this Biggs with the mustache and Lando. So we've got lots of fun things happening for the Star Wars fan. They're kind of like strip comics. Each one is to a page. It's drawn in a really cute style that adds to the humor. Proportions of characters aren't always spot on, but the coloring is very charming too, and it just adds to the charming effect of the book.
Yeah. Jeffrey Brown's stuff typically looks like kind of like out of an 8th grader's sketchbook, and I think that's part of the feel of his work. Like Incredible Change Bots feels that way too.
Yeah.
So, okay, Vader's Little Princess, which you can find in the Ann Arbor District Library's collection. What else do we got?
And then we have You're All Just Jealous of My Jetpack by Tom Gauld. And he is a Scottish cartoonist.
Oh, I didn't know he was Scottish.
He's Scottish, yeah.
Oh.
And this is another collection of strips. These appeared in The Guardian, and they're hilarious. There's a lot of literary references. There's library references and jokes.
Should I pull up one of the ones that you selected?
Yes, I did select the one with the
pig.
The pig.
Here, let me get this in the shot.
Pigs go into the library to find out what the farmer's been talking about. He doesn't quite understand the words ham, bacon, and sausages, and sadly he finds out what they mean.
Yeah, so I can read it for the folks listening in the audio. Is that two pigs? One says, have you noticed that the farmer's been using the words ham, bacon, and sausages a lot lately? Panel 2, yeah, what do you think they mean? Pig walks away, I'm going to find out. And then it shows him arriving at the library. Later, ... Maurice, I've got some very bad news. And I like the fact that you don't find out the pig's name until the last panel. That's part of the joke. That's part of his humor, right?
And it's kind of charming, too, the way he draws. He's not using a lot of detail. There's little to no perspective. A lot of his drawings are very reminiscent of like wood block or wood engraving from the 19th and 20th century, and so it adds to the charm. Also, he's doing a lot of like 19th and 20th century literary references. So here we've got a Great Expectations Pip video game, and it's just charming.
Yeah, he has a very deadpan kind of. It almost reminds me a little bit of Gory, a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Edward Gorey kind of deadpan, but a little bit sweeter, not as creepy as Edward Gorey, right? So this is You're All Just Jealous of My Jetpack comics by Tom Gauld. He also did a bunch of other great books, right? Hunter and Painter. Goliath, right? Which we talked about in the show before.
So he does stories in addition to just strip comics, but this one is great.
Yeah, his stuff is pretty awesome. My recommendation this time is a webcomic, and I know I've talked about it before, but it's worth repeating. Starbunny.net is updating now. It's by my friend Dave Roman. Yes, he is my buddy, but I also just love his work. And Starbunny is a comic about a bunny who stands ready to inherit a milkshake factory, and his brother does a hostile takeover because, after all, Blue, the main character, Bunny, who's inheriting the CEO throne, is lactose intolerant. So how can a lactose intolerant bunny effectively run a milkshake company? And so he goes off on his own to find his way in the world. And all the bunnies have what are called guiding stars, these little stars that float around them like in the Care Bears, and they have a little face, and they give him advice. And when Blue Bunny, get it, Blue Bunny ice cream, it's very clever, he decides that he's going to go off in his own way against the star's wishes. The star says, well, I guess I'm not your guiding star anymore, and so he leaves. So now it's like totally the hero's journey, where he has to find his own guiding star, and he's got to find it within. It's really, really fun, cute stuff, and I highly recommend it to anybody who enjoys things that are sweet and fun. Also, I just got this in the mail. This came, my preview copy of Hello Kitty Hello 40. I mean, this will be a little self-serving, everybody. I know last episode, I had Connor do that ad for the Warren Commission report, which everybody should buy 2 of. Comes out in less than a week as the time of this recording. But there's another book that I'm involved in. Dave Roman and I did a piece for the 40th anniversary Hello Kitty book published.
It's an anthology, so there are a lot of other artists and writers involved in this as well. That's
true, and I should mention some of the people in here because, like, I don't expect anybody to buy it for me because there's a lot of awesome. Jean Yang is in here. David Horvath of the Ugly Doll toy line. Jennifer and Matthew Holm. Oh gosh, who else is in here? Carl Kerschel, Debbie Huey. Chris Eliopoulos, for crying out loud. Chris Geruso, oh my gosh. Well, how did I get into this book? Brianne Druhart of the Amethyst cartoon, also worked on a bunch of amazing Warner Brothers cartoons. She has a great comic called Harpy G, which everybody should read. It's at harpygee.com, HARPYGEE.com. So yeah, Jacob Shabbat is in here too. Holy cow. Art Balthazar. I'm in good company with this book. So this comes out in October, and it looks really good. If all that wasn't enough to sell you on it, Dave and I did a story where Hello Kitty fights a giant robotic shark, and there's the panel right there. So you should go out and buy it in October. It's a great book. So yes, are there any events that we want to make any noise about before we close out, Ann?
Yes, we do. So there is a current access, and there we go. On the cover is promoting the Webcomics Lab. The first Webcomics Lab is next Wednesday, September 17th, and that will be from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Mallets Creek Library.
And the Webcomics Lab is an event where we do what?
This is an invitation to creators and web cartoonists, anybody wanting to start writing a webcomic, or anyone interested in comics in general and wants to know more about what they can do to create comics. This is going to be an ongoing group that's going to meet regularly. So the first one is September 17th, and then the next meeting will be October 21st. And we will be encouraging you to create content and helping you with resources, providing resources from the library's collection to assist you in creating comics.
What do you mean, like books or something?
Could be a book if you want it to be, but we're looking to promote content that will be web related. That's why it's the Webcomics Lab.
And I mean, also the AADL is rolling out a a comics tool collection in the months to come pretty soon, and it's going to be tools to assist you in making comics as well. I mean, not just like, oh, here's a book on drawing hands, but actual like comics drawing tools that you're going to be able to check out and borrow from the library. Because if you haven't heard yet, the Ann Arbor District Library has like music tools that you can check out.
Music tools, games,
telescopes,
awesome models of anatomy. You can get a life-size human skeleton, which is amazing.
You can check out a life-size human skeleton from the library. That's awesome.
It is awesome.
You can check out like models of different human organs, right?
Dinosaur kits, fossils,
guitar effects,
microscopes.
You could get Target effects pedals from here too now? That's bonkers. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, fantastic collection.
So okay, so yeah, so that's the kind of stuff that you'll get at the Webcomics Lab as well, as access to that kind of stuff. And then part of that is that the library is going to be revamping comics.aadl.org with a webcomics page. So your comics can be published on the library's website when the comics you create at the lab, yeah?
Yes.
So more information, if you want more information on that, show up to the Webcomics Lab September 17th, 6 to 8 p.m. at Mallets Creek in Ann Arbor, Michigan. What else is going on?
There's a lot of cool events. I don't know if we have time to highlight all of them, but if you're interested in creating comics. You might also be interested in the emerging writers series that they have. Let's see. The next one is Thursday, September 18th from 7 to 8:45 p.m. And which location is that? Traverwood. That's at the Traverwood branch. So this is an ongoing workshop for writers, and it's for teens through adults, so grade 6 through adults. And it's a meetup, and it welcomes writers to connect. And there will be some authors there. It's Laura Zeeland and Margaret Yang, and they're there to help answer questions and to guide you through the process of writing.
Oh, that's awesome. So yes, so there's writers, there's regular writers groups, and there's regular webcomics groups at the library now. So great, because like a lot of writing and making art is often a very solitary affair, and you get into that cycle where like the first third of it you're like, oh, I don't know if this is any good. This is no good, and I'm no good, and you have nobody to get feedback on. You can go to the internet, and you can get a whole bunch of strangers to react to it, or you can go to like an event like these and get local creators who you can get face-to-face interaction with and get some feedback and support on the things that you create, right? So kudos to the Ann Arbor District Library for making that happen.
Yeah, some fantastic programs coming up. And go to aadl.org to look through the events. There's a lot more that we don't have time to highlight, but there's some really fantastic stuff coming up.
Yeah, we do have to wrap this up. So, and then as far as my events, I'm going to be doing a bunch of signings for the release of the Warren Commission report, and you can go to comicsaregreat.com/WR events to get the whole list. But I'm going to be signing all over Southeast Michigan at Green Brain Comics, at Schuler's Books, at Nicola's Books, Vault of Midnight, and then I'm going to be doing some events in Brooklyn, New York at Bergen Street Comics, and we'll be at the New York Comic Con October 10th through 13th doing some events there in relation to the book. So come see me and buy the book, and I will sign it. And if you cosplay as Lyndon B. Johnson, I will do an extra fancy sketch for you. Okay, well, thank you, Anne, for the book recommendation. Thanks to Rachel Ashley-Lovelace, Lovelace on Instagram and Facebook for the great conversation today. Thanks to Matt Dubay and Eric Closter in the control room for keeping track of the links, doing all the switching, and making all the technological magic happen on this show. Thank you for downloading, watching, and listening. This show will be archived at comicsaregreat.com/CAG102. And we'll be back in a couple weeks. We're going to be talking about Banned Books Week, and that should be an exciting one. And until then, I have been Jersey Drozd of comicsaregreat.com and Jersey on Twitter. Okay, bye.
Anything about the teas?
Yes, we do need to do the teas. Is Rachel still here?
I don't know.
Okay. Let me see if she's still here. I'll look out in the room. Yeah.
Thank you, Anne.
Matt says thank you. What? Oh. Crap. Okay. Okay.
What happened?
Anne has a meeting at 2, but we're supposed to also meet about the webcomics lab out in the foyer there.
Oh yeah, Tom came looking for you. I'm supposed to tell you he's looking for you.
Rats. Oh hey, you're still here. Great. Okay, Rachel. Thank you, Eric. Matt, we're gonna do the teas real quick,
Sure enough.
and then I can go to the meeting. All right, so for the audio version of the show, we usually have like an audio tease of here's the things we talked about in this episode. Someone will be like, this time on the show, and it's usually like we take a quote out of context for the tease, so it's not like we're talking about cosplay today. It'd be more like something that was said during the show that's really funny when taken out of context. So I grabbed a couple. Like, it's a little Sodom and Gomorrah-y, and I want to be a 5-footer and Prancer size. So it'll be like, this time on the show, it's a little Sodom and Gomorrah-y, and then you'll say Prancer size, and I'll say, and I want to be a 5-footer. Okay. All this and more on Comics Are Great. Right? Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, so this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3, and so this one is yours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, Matt? Matt Tolome?
All set.
Okay. This time on the show, it's a little Sodom and Gomorrah-y.
Prancer size.
And I want to be a 5-footer. All this and more on Comics Are Great. Good?
Did it in 1. We're all set.
Awesome. One take.
Prancer size.
Oh, thanks again, Rachel.
Yeah, no problem. It's super easy. Super easy. I'm hungry.
Oh, go get lunch.
Apparently, something happened while I was gone, and all the power went out.
Oh no.
So I don't know if all my food's spoiled. I didn't have that much food. Like, I'm scared. I don't know.
Oh no. Yeah, if all your food's spoiled, that would
Yeah.
be the worst.
So sad.
Oh. You were so good in front of the camera.
Oh, really? Good.
Yes. Excellent. If you were at all nervous, it did not show.
No, it was okay. I don't mind talking.
Yeah.
I feel more comfortable talking.
Well,
Extroverts.
No, that's true. But not everybody feels that way, you know. So, all right. Well, I'll let you know when this episode drops in the feed, but it's on YouTube now.
Okay.
So people can watch it today if they missed the live stream. And Matt can escort you down.
Yeah, I'm just gonna turn a few things off and pack this room up. Don't forget any chargers or other things you may need.